Hey everyone, how's it going? Welcome on in. I hope you all are doing well. Hope you're having a wonderful day. It's a Sunday, it's a new week, it's an actual week where, hey, thank you for the resub. 27 months. Look at that, that's a long time. It's a hell of a long time. Yo, 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 yo. Thank you very much. Welcome back, Misha. I hope you've been doing good. And I hope you all are excited to do some burb making. Portia, hey! And let's not forget Lord Greenwolf. We all see you here. The Tangia bot is also in the list of viewers. I don't know why it's not listed as, you know, whatever. Doesn't matter. Anyway. Hold on. Music's a little loud. Turning that down for me. Hopefully it was loud for you, so it's normal now. We're going to be working on the Griffin form today. This is currently the, excuse me, just scarfed down like a whole can of yellow cling sliced peaches in extra light syrup. I was gonna make it an oatmeal, but I had oatmeal yesterday and I'm like, I just don't want to double down on oatmeal. So we went with peaches. But we have the succubus skin on right now, just so that there's something here. But we're going to be changing this to be burb. So first, let's start with what's like the color theme we're gonna go for the bird. It wanted to be I've changed human to succubus. No human form, human gone, succubus in. It's all monster girl. Fuck the human form. It's gonna be succubus now. Here, well, I haven't this hasn't been exported yet. I'd still have to be human for this. Is this Miku? It doesn't say. But, this is what it will look like. And then we're gonna use some bone deformations here to, give this more of a spade-like tail. Lightsaber tail. But still very simple, but I like the black heart in the middle with the shiny all around it. But still very basic, still very simple, but not human. Succubus now. I already get called a succubus enough as is. So we just decided that's how it's gonna be. Alright, anyway, we're working on the griffin. And we're gonna turn off the reflections for now. We're gonna delete this normal map. And let's start with, I think we're gonna do ice for the griffin, which does mean that the slime form we're gonna have to figure something out for, but I got some ideas for that. Speaking of human form, when I read the title of the stream, it was like 8th forms. Since when was there 7? Yeah, the human. We got human, dragon, bunny, fox, cat, snake, slime. So 8th is gonna be griffin. So much. Also, let's set this to griffin, and let's also set this to griffin. We're gonna do ice for the griffin form. We're adding in elements too, so that each form has a default element. Yeah, that's the problem. Nobody wants to shapeshift me to human, If it's succubus, you know, maybe there's a little bit more oomph there. And I can't blame people. It's not like I want to be human. I want to be a monster girl. I want to be a monster. Anyway, I want to make the griffin ice, like a wind ice sort of thing. But that means that we need to do a different element for the succubus, which I think we could do as a darkness element, and I've got some ideas about how to do that, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. And then the slime. Slime, historically, candy slime, I've just used red as the color for that. But red is also fire. So I feel like we might have to figure out something else to do with the slime. Or the slime can just remain a non-native element. It can be its own thing. It's unflavored cream based. It's just milk. It's milk flavored ice cream. So with that said, we're going to make you sort of ice colored. So everything's going to be very light with this. We're going to get very pastel colored. Let's start with the hair. I think the hair really sets the mood. So we're going to get this closer to like that. Lighten it up a lot. And maybe desaturate it like that. And then for the skin, we're going to do something similar. And we don't want to be too teal because that's going to be stepping in the territory of electric. We want to be somewhere in here. This is going to be closer to where we have water. The water element. The wetness. Now, why is water and ice separate? Shut your fucking whore mouth and stop questioning me, okay? Simple as. Did that answer your question? We're going to play with a lot of grays in this. I feel like the skin is going to be more of like a grayish color. Because it's going to have the... Well, at least where the legs are. Where we've got the chicken feet. Chicken legs there. That's going to definitely be more gray. And then where the more feathery fur is, it's going to be... different. But we'll have to see about that. So I'm gonna get this where I want the chicken legs to be. Get them chicken feet. Desaturate it. It still needs to have a little bit of blue to it. And then we're also gonna, we'll use the normal map to give it ridges and stuff. As for the nails, I do like that bright blue. But let's give it a different color. Something like that. And then the brows, eyes, lashes. Now the lips are going to be weird on this one. Honestly, I think I should just get rid of the lips because we're going to have beak. I mean, look at how that lower lip is. We're going to be beaked up here. So I'm thinking I get rid of the lips and then we'll reimagine them once we have the beak carved out. We might do it differently, so. Bye-bye! You are now just brows and lashes. And colorize me, Captain. I'm sorry, that was awful. Saturate this up. Yeah, like that. That's very icy. Violet Bambi opened comms again. Person who made the detailed blueberry-ish bomb of us. And I was tempted to get a follow-up. Yeah, I would say hold off on that. Plus, you know, redesign. So part of the reason... have you seen the other forms? I don't know if you've been lurking, but have you seen the other redesigns that I've done? Because I wouldn't mind showing you. Nope. Okay, so let me start by exporting this so that we can get an idea. Alright, let's throw it in. Scroll on down to Griffin. Should be here at the end of all things. Do I like that color for? I think we could go more gray for the legs. But I do like how those nails look. I think the lashes are fine. Alright, in that case then. Materials. Changeables. Let's start with the wings. So I redid the wings, but there's a couple things I'm going to fix up on here, like where these are connecting. I'm going to go back in and change the UV map for the wings so that each of these are separate. But I do like how curvy they are now. They don't look as rigid as they once did before. And the way I built them, they're going to be useful for other forms. We haven't made the tentacles for the slime form yet, but we're going to make it so that there isn't any in between here. I don't know what you call that, the leather of the wings. And then the slime form is going to have like tentacles in the back. So reuse that. Also, the succubus is going to have its own wings as well. Different from the cosmic dragon. Yes. Slime tentacles. Tell your friends. Anyway, the rest of this. Sounds like a Mario 3 song. Blend shapes. So, you might already see some differences here. Turn the not safe for work all the way down. Dragon. So most of the mesh is the same, but the big difference here is that I got rid of the dark colored belly and went with the light again. I really like the art that we have of me that you got. This one. And the artist went with the light skin down here instead of the dark skin. And then the other artist that you got also did the same thing with the light skin. Now I have gotten art where it was the darker color here. This was by Gorgeous, who did some fan art. And while I like the dark skin, I think artists are sending me a message that if they are doing it like that, that maybe I should do lighter. So we did that. In addition, I changed how the scales are. Instead of just being little reflective patches on there, I went ahead and did a normal map of it to make it look like scales, similar to how the Season 5 model was. And I think that's going to be a lot better. And then on top of that, you can see the lines where the belly... Oh, I'm inside of it. I'm inside of me. The lines here for the belly. So I think that's going to look a lot better. Between that, the wings, the tail's still going to be chunky. I think the rest of this is still mostly the same. There's a couple things I need to fix up in Blender, but for the most part, that's it. Oh, also the ears are way bigger now so that they stick out of the hair more. Because I should do side-by-sides when I'm doing this. Fast transformation. There. Because right now the ear barely sticks out of my hair, so you can hardly see it. I gotta get a comb where I have a super thick tail. Yeah, we love a thick tail. I could probably have a redeem that just makes the tail thicker, but since it's off screen most of the time, you know, whatever. Also, you'll notice that I'm not wearing underwear in any of these. I'm going to be using dresses instead of taking them off constantly because of the clipping, because we should have the clipping fixed. And that is something I'm gonna be very focused on, is making sure that the clipping doesn't affect it when there is no growth. When there is growth, fuck it. It's gonna happen. But I can at least make sure that when there is no growth, we have no clipping on the dress and we can just wear the dress. But then when we have any growth, all bets are off. And I should probably... Here. So that's the dragon update. And we will now move... You already saw the succubus update. We'll go bunny form now. And the wings can be blanked out. There we go. Will the underwear stay in some way? No. I could do decals or something with it. There might be a way to work around it. But the fact that I have to normal map and reflection map where the underwear would be makes it difficult to do other things. So I'm just going to get rid of the underwear and we're just going to have that. And then the dress is going to make me Twitch safe. And that's the plan. All right, here's the bunny redesign. So let's do the side by side. Moss bunny. So with this, we're going with this more grassy texture on the side. And then glossy in the center. I think I like that a lot more. Don't mind the tail, that's going to change whenever we do bone deformations. And instead of hearts all over, the heart motif I think would be good if we were doing it across all of my forms. But when it's just the bunny, I felt like it ended up being disconnected. But I like the splotchiness. I liked having the splotches. And also, I ended up doing the black outline for the fox. So I got rid of that off of all the white here. I also think when I did this, I did the hands are just white, but not all the way to the wrist. So I did that all the way to the wrist on this one. And I think it makes the side look a little bit better. I might not have the hands be so glossy though. Also, I'm not changing the accessories at all. The colors on the hair is more monochrome too. Yes. Understandable. Those are up next. The big thing about this one is when I'm in Moss Bunny form, since the hair wasn't monochrome, it was bleeding in a little bit of colors from on the hue track a little bit further ahead or behind. And that was making it a little bit awkward. So by making it monochrome, I kind of helped that out. But I'm way happier with this design. I think it looks cuter. All right, moving on. The fox. So with the fox, easier. We did change some things on the texture. The ears are now in it. Oh, again. Do the side by side. The ears are now more out instead of up. We reduced the size of the face spikes on here. They're now way smaller. I'm doing... I don't know what's with the ninja stars. Why do we have ninja stars? Oh, it's the particle system. Here, stop that for now. Yes, the hair is also fiery. It's, I think that's colored just right now. I do like how this gradient goes from the wrist up the elbow and then stops at the shoulders. I like how that looks, and then it matches down here with the legs. The only thing I'm iffy about right now is how this white is. I think I'm going to, instead of it going out to the side here, bring it down and then do something else with these little lines here. But in all, I'd be happy with shipping this over what I currently have with the Fox model. It's still very reflective, this might be something else I'll look into because it almost has like a plasticky look to it. But we fiddled around with it a lot, and it's hard to show that there's texture there, but also not have it be too reflective. So that might have something to do with the Unity lighting environment that we're just looking at this in, and once I export it to Vtuber and use the lighting that I have in there, I'll be able to micro adjust it. But as for the actual design, I like this more. The separated white from here down, I think looks great. The face touched up, the ears, all of that I like way more. The arms, legs, all of this I like way more than the current Firefox model form. Alright, cat update. Cat update is probably the one that looks the least changed out of all of them. As far as the mesh goes, we drew the ears out a bit more so they poke out of the hair. We also made it so that it's white from toe to hip instead of going back and forth. The center section here around the belly, I got rid of all of the cheetah print there so that it looks more like belly. Again, we're working on the reflection map. I'm not going to focus on it too much until I bring it into Vtuber and I can know what it looks like in the Vtuber lighting environment. Again, it looks kind of plasticky right now, but we'll fix that. But otherwise, the cat one looks mostly the same. Again, ears, they're out a little bit more so that you can see them through the hair. And we moved the hair mesh a bit to make room for them. Do you like the color change and new design? Small change, but big improvement? Yeah. Having this be more open and bare, I think that's like 90% of it. And having the white go all the way up the legs and behind makes it look like you're wearing thigh highs. So I like this a lot more. It's not a big overhaul like some of the other ones, especially on the mesh side of things. But I think what we did is going to be real nice. And it'll look nicer once we start doing drop in and out of Vtuber to see how things are going to look with the lighting. Now here's the one that you're going to be most happy about, I think. I'm going to do you the favor of putting on the skin first. And then hitting all these sliders. So here is Snake update. Big ups, changed the hood shape. Instead of it being out and then, hands please. Instead of out and then down, my hands, they're still right here. Out and then down, it goes from a point outwards. I like that hood shape more. It also makes it so that putting the hair on looks normal and natural. And yeah, it does look more like a hoodie. We redid all of the scales and made them look, instead of just glossy and shiny, I think they look way better now. It kind of has a corset shape to it. Kind of looks like you're wearing a corset down there. Getting rid of this sort of pale, fleshy thing that I've got going on the middle. We're still might texture this, I think, with just the normal mapping, just to give it some sort of texture there. But right now, I kind of like the gloss. Probably also put in some nose holes, but we'll worry about that later. But most importantly, look at this tail. Look at the texture on this here. That looks delicious. It's so ooh. And most importantly, the whole reason for the tail update was to make it so that this is one mesh. This is still the body. This isn't a separate tail and body. This is body and tail mixed together. So if I take this slider and start putting it down, you'll see that this is actually part of the body. Now, why is that important? That means whenever jiggle physics apply to the butt, it will also apply to the tail here. The tail is weight painted with the hip, butt, and maybe also the belly bones. They might be too far away. So the problem that I had with this, as I've shown many times, is that when I move, we've got the butt separate from the tail. And so all the jiggle physics applied to this can't apply to the tail, because if they did, then when I'm in any other form but snake form, then it wouldn't look right at all. It would start jiggling the tail, and it shouldn't do that. So I'm very happy with the updated snake form. There's a couple of things that we need to go back to Blender and fix. Like, at some point I messed up the arms here, and there's just big open circles missing. I got a little laundry list of things to go back to Blender and fix after we make all the textures. But still, big ups on that one. We haven't touched the slime form yet, and you just saw the succubus, so let's head back to that. I'm really happy with the snake. Out of all of the updates, I think the snake one is the best. There we go. This really is a big improvement. There was something off with nearly every form aside from dragon, but now they look nearly on par. Yeah, it was... I spent 2 months just trying to get the technical side of all the shapeshifting working, and by the end of that, I was just ready to get it shipped and put out. Not that I'm, like, really unhappy with it. I am very happy that I'm able to do exactly this. That I can do the shapeshifting that I've always wanted. But it kind of diminishes the joy of that when I liked my Season 5 designs more than my Season 6 designs, even if my technical capability is that much more improved. Also, something we're going to do is make sure I have emission maps back on. Each one of these, I'm going to use emissions. Where are they? Here we go. We have 4 emission slots on here. I'm going to use one of them for the element. So whatever element I have for that form, it's going to have its own emission map, so that when there's fire, you'll see like fire going through them, pulsing, whatever the effect I end up doing for that form. But each one will have their own unique way of showing the element. And then that way, it's not just about changing the skin color, it's about also changing that emission map so that I can fine tune it a little bit better than what I have been doing. And then I'm gonna leave my promises of what I'm doing at that. Because I don't want to get too much in the weeds, but I do want to get my emission maps back. It's nice to have glow-in-the-dark stuff. Anyway, back to what we were doing. Because I would love to do the audio link stuff again. The audio link stuff is fantastic. It's just a little bit of a pain in the ass to get working, and on top of everything else, I'm worried about that. And I'm gonna get this into VR chat, so a lot going on there. Alright, let's find where this beak is. Let's make a new layer. We'll call it beak. And I'm just gonna throw this in here. Give me a gray. And let's see where we can find this beak. So I'm way more excited about this, and I think after I get this update shipped and out the door, all of my apprehensions about doing art will be out the window. because I'm sure you all have noticed that I haven't been doing as much like recording of little things. I don't want to do videos with my current forms. I'm not as proud of the designs as I was on season 5. Alright, we definitely want this to go up higher. A little bit lower as well. Or do I want the color to stop on the beak at above the lips? You know what? I do think I want that to stop at the upper lip. So first, let's make this more pointed. Let's have it come up here. And go like this. Perhaps? Mayhaps? Can't just say mayhaps. Alright. Whoop. I'm gonna put you over that. Let's see how that looks. I need to do, like, take a drink every time I say, let's see how that looks. Get wasted in an hour. Okay. I think this should come to a narrower point up here. I think maybe round out here and more pointed there. So I could do like a big circle like this. Maybe not that big. Something like that. I don't think that's gonna look right. I don't remember if I told you last I popped in, but for some fucking reason I started teaching myself animation using a software that wasn't originally first made for animation. Okay. Well, I'm glad you found something artistic to do. Finding a nice artistic outlet is very helpful. Expressing yourself. I don't know how I'm gonna get this to a point up here. The expression is blueberry, yeah. Here, we could do it like this maybe. Oh, I can also get rid of that. Put this here, and then we take an ellipse, not an eclipse. Come to here. The song sounds like the portion of a Metroidvania game where you find the secret room and you start learning about the deep lore. You all know what I'm talking about. Are you getting that vibe? Are you getting the same vibe as me? Ooh, yeah. Maybe a little too far out there. But I do like how that looks now. Yeah, a little bit too far out that way. Bring that back in. Got the vibe of discovering the second area that seems to be hiding something deeper. Third act lore dump. Yeah, I think this is more like the third act lore dump when you meet a... I don't know. You find the secret area. Alright. Undo all of that. Bring this in more. This is like cave story when you get to the core with Curly the first time and you do the underwater fight. It's way too much. There. Like that. And then we do the same thing where we round this out. Alright, let's see how that looks. Again, I said it again. Take another shot. After the fight, you choose the to leave or bring her. Doing an animation of you shapeshifting through all your forms, so just thinking about it stresses me out. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a big undertaking. That's a big one. I'm gonna have to remake all my ref sheets, do another like debut. It's not gonna be a full debut. It's not gonna be like the one back in October. But we're gonna have like a soft re-debut, redesign, basically. Yeah, I do like how this looks. I think we have captured where the beak should be on this. So let's copy and paste the left side onto the right side. There we go. All the classic forms. I mean, that depends on how far back you want to go. Oh man. Oh my god, there's like no expression on the face at all. What about 5? Oh, the Elementities. Elementities from back in the day. When I had electric, nature, fire, and ice on the Elementities. Version 6 VRMs here. What is Vroid Big? Oh no. Yeah, that's what I thought. This must have been from one of the big streams. Yeah, Nature Big, Fire Big, Electric Big. Season 3. Oh, this is when I had Hannah Tool. If it would load. Yeah, classic Void Kitty. There we go. Now we started using the Arcit tracking. Classic Void Kitty. My fur is so flat. Super flat fur. Tech Snake looked way different. There we go. Tech Snake. No Arcit tracking on this either. The outlet. Ooh, we could bring the outlet back for the those are some low booty shorts. But see, this is the kind of stuff I want to do with the emission maps. Like that. With the eyes. Doing that stuff is what we're looking for. And you're talking about the classics. The classic forms. Classic Firefox. Don't show Bezos that. Fish eyes. Should be shapeshifting. Was I in human form last? Whatever. We'll go slime form. Camera default me again. Anyway, what were we doing? We made the beak. Great. The lips now. Now I wish I hadn't deleted them. Let's go, lips. I love my lips. When I was just 4 years old, I left my lips out in the cold and they turned blue. What could I do? They turned blue? What could you do? Oh, they turned blue. This color. Thank you. Use the new designs, the first 6 forms? Yeah, but you gotta go all in. Gotta go all in on it, right? Making each shapeshift unique to the form's element. Like turning into Firefox, you sort of flame on. Yeah, that's the kind of thing I want to do with the elemental transformations using the emission maps. It's going to be a lot of animation work, but it'll be worth it. I don't know why I came here. We're in Unity still. We have definitely not exported yet. We could do an export just to see but none of the animations are gonna work. It's gonna be all fucked up. That's not terrible. We could probably bring the lip down a little bit more. Because we brought it out more, so it makes the lip a little bit bigger than it is on the other ones. Here, we'll bring it down here to this. See how that looks? Fuck, I said it again. I think that's where I want it to be down here, but I think this needs to slope down more with it. Like right here, this needs to go all the way back to the lip. It kind of looks like it's coming to a point. I'm not sure if that's what I want. Something like... This is probably going to be weird, but we're filling it out. We're filling it out. See if that gives it the look I'm looking for. If that's the look I'm looking. I'm a looker. If I go all in, you'll die. Ooh, yeah, that does look better already. Does look like a bit of a point there. So if I can... This first full triangle, upside right triangle, we cut off a little bit there, it'll be fine. Like... Like that. I think that'll look good. Can you at least post the idle animation I made and not safe for work? Nothing lewd about it, just a bouncy idle animation? Oh, okay. Where is it? There it is. Lost it. I got a little bit of a point to it. And I... A little more. A little more. There. Maybe like that. The soundtrack is nice. We are listening to Slime Girls on Spotify. I just put it on this. It was recommended to me. So if you like the music, go ahead and follow Slime Girls. I'm enjoying this. It sounds like a video game soundtrack. Okay, that looks way better. There we go. All right, let's copy that over to the other side. Copy, paste, flip. There we go. All right, let's hit save on this. Few of their albums saved, and they composed a good chunk of the music in Omori. I don't know what Omori is. Okay. Next, why don't we separate out where my legs are here so that we can get a better idea of what color we're gonna have for the top from the legs, and then we can better plan this shit out. So my knees, Moria is a psychological horror RPG. Fantastic, love it. Sounds right up my alley. I think we're just a couple down from this. I don't know, let's just find it. Let's go. We're gonna duplicate this layer. We're gonna call this the feathery skin. I'm going to change its color to, yeah, something a bit brighter like that. And then we're gonna get my big ol' eraser out. Let's give it a little bit of a soft border there. And we're gonna try deleting this and see where that's at. Mods, murder thy bot. Oh, yeah, we can start a dungeon. Dude, Misha, during this monster hunter... Oh, you don't even see it? They're banned. They're dead. During the monster hunter wilds streak that we've been doing during the huntathon, me and Deader have killed so many fucking bots. It's been like a bot an hour at least. And they have like these really condescending things in it too, like, damn, this chat is dead, you should come over here and get some free viewers or get some viewers. Or, wow, this chat has no signal vibes. You need to get over to here and buy our viewers ASAP. Like, okay, first of all, fuck you. And secondly, who's going to buy your stuff when you're negging them? Does that work? Alright, we need to go down 1, 2, 3 hole. 4 hole. Let's go 4 whole squares down. One, two, three, four. Like. Here. Right, you know what? I'll do this, and then we'll take the freeform and cut along this. There we go. I can't see it because of the fucking Tangia party. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, I went too far down. Go back up one. Oopsies. I know how to count. There we go. And now let's plus this, and we're just gonna go along here. Still need to try Monster Hunter, but I don't have any PC. I don't know if it's a game for Misha. Monster Hunter is one of those very, well, I don't know, maybe Wilds would be more up your territory. It is considered one of the more casual friendly. Someone I know was said that it takes a while for you to jump into the Monster Hunter. Not in Wilds. Wilds, they throw you right into it. If you play World or Rise, they'll ease you into it. But Wilds, they just throw you in. They just put you right away on a monster hunt. You already have everything. I made a post about this on Reddit. In other Monster Hunter games, you start out with like absolutely nothing. You go out into the wild, you kill a couple of basically passive monsters so that you can collect food and harvest resources. You start making your starter gear and stuff like that. And then they tell you to go do a kill quest to kill some small monsters. Then you get some more materials, you craft those up, you might make some more armor stuff, and then you go fight a big monster. All in all, getting to the point where you're at in Wilds at the very beginning is something like a 1 to 2 hour start. If you're like really grinding it out and you just like, you know what you're doing and you go hardcore. Because Wilds, they start you out with multiple armor sets to choose from, a full inventory of potions, antidotes, health ups, rations. You already have the ability to cook food and stuff like that. Like, they get you on the uptick really fast. You are able to just jump in and start doing the fighting in Wilds real fast. That could be a good thing or that could be a bad thing depending on how you want the pacing of your Monster Hunter to be. You like difficulty if it's not numbers, but pure physical skill? Well, there is a lot to be said about choosing synergistic armor and weapon skills and stuff like that, so. Stuff like Tunic, Dark Souls, etc. I don't know, you might enjoy it. I'm not going to tell anyone not to play Monster Hunter because I love the series. But it can be very obtuse and difficult in many ways. Dauntless? Dauntless was fun when it was fun. But then it stopped being fun. There we go. Alright. Now we can make these the color we want them to be. And start working on the design of the legs. I want to do something like the snake skin. Have like little scaled things going up the legs from here. Or I guess more like the dragon feet. But I want to make these darker. Right, I'm also gonna delete... Oh. Everywhere that color is, so that it's not being affected by that. I was ahead in that game and kept surviving up to a point where the monster would leave. I kept fighting stuff far above my character's level, but could still keep up. Couldn't get a kill. I don't know, kind of sounds like you lacked ability then. I used the chain scythes, I forget what they were called, but being able to like get in and out really fast by like hooking in, pulling yourself in, doing attacks, and then dashing out. I thought that was fun. I had a good time with that. I don't know. If you like Dauntless, it makes sense you would like Monster Hunter. Wilds is really bad at performance right now, though, so even if you did have your computer, I'm not sure if it would run on it. It's been kind of a struggle for most people to just get it to work right. I also feel like I have missed inputs or dropped inputs constantly. Alright, let's desaturate this a little more and then darken it down. That looks good to me. I used the sword. I was doing big numbers, but fighting monsters in regions my friend would bring me to where otherwise I wouldn't have been able to go since it's level locked, yeah. Well, I don't know. Give it a try if you can. It's just, it can be... Wilds has been a much better onboarding experience for new people, I think. As someone who's played the game since the first one, I'm not sure if it's if it actually is, but it feels like it should be easier for new players. Most people that are veterans of the game are complaining that the game is way too easy, and that it doesn't get hard until the last couple fights. So it might not be too bad. But there's freaking 14 weapons to choose from. Lots of variety there. There's so many armors and weapons like within their categories. I like just exploring around the map and finding the little indigenous life and things and catching them. I was having a good time with it. All right. Did I export that? I don't know if I exported it. Okay, I think I did. I think if it was like one of those iceberg memes of how to play each weapon, when you start out using the weapon, it'll feel like Dark Souls. Very slow, methodical. You're trying to get like your big hits in and land them without getting hit yourself. In that respect, it's a lot like Dark Souls. But I think the more you learn how to play the different weapons, use their resources, and figure out what their little button combos are, the movement gets a lot faster and you're able to do a lot more with less. I would say older ones, if you go back to Try, even World to some extent, was a lot more like Dark Souls, but Rise is very actiony, and I think like G Unite, very actiony, very fast paced. You move around really quickly, not as punished for trying to go for big hits as much. This one is very similar to Rise. After you figure out how your weapon moves and stuff, you don't really feel like it's slow and deliberate. You are all over the place. World was the one that came out like 8 years ago. Rise came out about 4 years ago, I think. And then Wilds is the current one. World is the one that really popularized it because they added in way more quality of life stuff. Like, if you go before World, it is a grind fest. It is... I liked it at the time. I enjoyed it for what it was. But now that they've done so many quality of life updates since World, it would be really hard to go back and enjoy it. Every little thing from like... Here's an example. You want to go mine minerals in old Monster Hunter, you would have to buy a bunch of pickaxes or craft them, I don't remember which. Then go to a mining spot, hit it, and it has a chance for your pickaxe to break. And then if you run out of pickaxes, that's it. You can't mine anymore in that. You have to finish out the quest. And you had to complete the quest, not fail it, not abandon it. You had to complete the quest to bring stuff back with you. So if you wanted to farm up some stuff, you would have to pay for a quest. You didn't just go on quests. You had to pay money to go on a quest to then harvest materials, fight the monster, succeed, and then bring the stuff back. In World, they introduced expeditions where you could just go out. You have a pickaxe that never breaks. You can farm whatever and then just come back to base. You could soft logic yourself. No, I don't think there was any quests that required you to harvest minerals. There might have been. But it is possible to to die so many times and fail so many quests that you run out of money. And you have to do the starter quest to get money, to then do more early game quests to farm money back up so that you can then pay to do the higher level quests. Not a fun thing to fail quests in early Monster Hunter games. It really set you back, which is why multiplayer was not particularly fun, because if you had someone that carded 3 times and failed your quest, everyone was basically out money. And every time someone dies, you lose your reward. So you also lose money even if you succeed. If you paid 1,000 zenny to go on a quest, and the reward for completing the quest was 3,000 zenny, you're already not making your money back if 4 people join in, because it's going to split the reward between 4 people. So you're going to get less than 1,000 back. However, you know, you should be getting monster parts, collecting materials, filling up your inventory, and all of that stuff. So it should be worth it. It's just that the more that people die, and if you fail the quest, oh my god, the setback was real. You would be like selling monster parts to make money so that you could just go on quests again. It was a struggle. Let's just put it that way. It was a bit of a struggle. But I mean, it felt good at the time. It felt really good to take down those monsters with your group and then make the armor sets that were way more powerful. But since World, you don't have to pay for quests. You just take a quest and go on it. Even if 2 people die and you're down to 1 life left and you complete the quest, you get some amount of money back. You get quest rewards from the monster. If you go out and you collect things, you break a couple monster parts, you carve some things, and then you quit the quest, you still get to go back with whatever you've gotten so far. You just don't get the quest rewards. So it's way more forgiving. It's way easier to get the stuff that you're looking for. The older games were way more hardcore. And I think there's a bit of sunk cost with a lot of veterans that don't enjoy the more casualized aspects of current Monster Hunter because of that. But me personally, I think most of it is good. I think most of it's good. Some of it, I think, detracts from the monster hunting experience. For example, in the old games, if you were fighting against a Rathian, which is one of the staple monsters in the game, big green dragon, wyvern, whatever, and you're fighting it and it runs away, all of the loading zones, all the areas had different loading zones. You couldn't see from one area into another. So when the Rathian took off and flew away, you would have to go find it in another zone, which meant you needed to have knowledge about where that monster likes to go. If you beat up on it, monsters could get health back by going and eating other monsters. So if you would go to a place where a bunch of Apanoths, which were like these, I don't know dinosaurs enough, but they would be able to go over there and start feeding on them. You can get there in time to start the fight again before they could heal up. You also had these things called paintballs that you would hit the monster with and it would target them, and you would be able to see them on the map. So, if you were doing a hunt and you were unsure of where the monster was going to go, you'd make sure to paintball it so that wherever it went to, you can follow it that way. But the better hunters would have an innate knowledge of where that monster is going to go, where its nesting places are, where its feeding places are. And whenever you're done, whenever it flies away at that point, you just take off. But in newer Monster Hunters, you just know where the monster is at all times. You just always see the monster on the map. And I think personally that detracts a bit of the hunting part of Monster Hunter, because you don't need to learn the monster behaviors. You don't need to know its like feeding grounds, its nesting area, all of that stuff. You don't need to be able to track it better and follow it places or use a paintball to track where it's going. You just always know where it is. You just look at the map. I think in that case, the game is a little bit diminished by how casual it is. But for everything else that they've done, it's hard to be that upset about it. Alright, what do I want to do? I want to, as with almost everything else, make the belly a bit lighter. Have this like chest fur area be a bit lighter. Before all of this, all I knew Monster Hunter was fight big monsters and one could inflate itself in one of the older games. There's been a couple of those. They'll like puff themselves out. Or there's a couple that like vor smaller enemies to make themselves bigger. Oh, that's a good animation. I just saw it in the chat. Alright, let's make this lighter color here. So we're gonna go with light color. So let's take this color, come over here, and we're just going to turn the visibility, I think that's what the V stands for. Hue, saturation, visibility. I don't think that's actually it. But that animation is the first 5 frames and I looped it 3 times. I'm just gonna start with this. I'm gonna see how this color looks. This is obviously not going to look great on the skin, the shape of this, but I just want to see how the color is. Pretty good. I think I want it to be a little whiter. I think we'll desaturate the color a little bit. I really like current Monster Hunter. I would love it to be able to go back and play Try, but with the updates to World. I feel like that would be a massive undertaking. It would be no small feat to do that. But to be able to go back and play the story of Try and have like their little swimming elements and fight all the monsters from that, I would really like that. I might not be opposed to just going back and playing it as is. But I was thinking about doing some sort of challenge thing for Wilds, because it does feel easy to me as a veteran. The only tough fights that I had were the final enemy. I also want to say Gore Magala. The Arkveld and the Gore Magala are both pretty tough. And I feel like the Arkveld's for kind of bullshit reasons, but overall it's not as bad as some of the monsters from Rise and World. But the rest of them are pretty fucking easy. It's not difficult to fight them at all as someone that's been playing in the franchise for a while. Alright, now that I got the color that I want, Let's get the shape that I want. Song sounds like it would be a Mario Kart. No, it sounds like Mario Sunshine. Start with that. Alright, and then we make sure to hit the tummy. There's something about the lighter colored tummy torso section that neuron activates me. Am I the only one? I know I'm not. I know I'm not. Like that. This one, do I want to have it connected? I think so. Considering the bunny and the fox are disconnected, I think it'd be good to have one where we actually had it continue all the way down. Should it go all the way up to the face, though? I'm not sure about that. Games where you can jump in and have a lot of physical skill as opposed to increasing numbers and perks I prefer a lot. Like Doom gives you a light tutorial for a few things at the start, but doesn't hold your hand and throws you in. Beat that on Ultraviolet. I mean, Monster, you can. You could definitely play Monster Hunter and just be so skilled that you could use like the starter equipment and win. I think there are a couple situational places you could end up in and probably get fucked up, and it was no fault of your own, just RNG of the monster doing a certain attack at a time. But I think 90% of the time when you're getting hit, there was something you could have done about it. You could have played safer. You didn't need to commit to something. You could have played it safe. Plus, there's ranged weapons. There's bows and bow guns that you could use to play ranged, which also mitigates a lot of that. So, all right, what I'm gonna do is fill this. And then we're going to subtract some of this out. And then add the rest. Do you like the belly stuff? Broadsword? There's Greatsword and Longsword in Monster Hunter. The Greatsword is like a Cloud Buster sword. Huge sword, very slow, but hits like a fucking truck. Like, for every second you don't swing because you're waiting to line up the perfect spot, you will hit for like 5 times the amount that other swords swing for. You can also use it to block attacks because it's so big. It can be used as a shield as well. Considered basically the hardest hitting weapon in the game. Long swords are way faster, and they have this this resource build up where the more you hit, the more it fills up this bar, and then you could do really flashy finishing combos with it. They're also very keen on doing draw attacks where you sheathe the longsword and then wait for the right moment and then hit with an unsheath attack for big damage. It's pretty fun. However, I hate them. Not so much in Wilds, but in other games, they would cause players on your team to flinch a lot because you used to be able to hit each other way harder in older games. But in Wilds, it doesn't seem to happen as much. The great sword is heavy. Long sword is light. Alright, let's see how that looks. Kind of looks like a penis. Well, there's also Sword and Shield. Sword and Shield is like light sword, I would say. It's a short sword and like a buckler style shield, but it's really versatile. It's fast, maneuverable. Most other weapons, you have to put your weapon away to use items, but Sword and Shield can use items without putting their weapon away. And their sword does slicing damage, and the shield does blunt damage. So you can, like, stun monsters with the shield and then get your damage in with the sword. Sword and Shield is just the most balanced of all of them. Fast, maneuverable, attacks really quickly. It has a shield for defense. Yeah, it is the solid choice. It's considered the starter weapon because you're expected to start with Sword and Shield, but it doesn't have a lot of complicated mechanics to it. You have to learn combos and stuff with all the weapons, but to get your foot in the door with Sword and Shield, it's not too bad. It's a lot of fun. People look down on it because it's the starter weapon, but honestly, it's just good. It's just really good. And someone good with the Sword and Shield is cracked. You can also keep your team alive because if you have, like, crowd buffs, there's, like, life powders and things like that that you can heal people with. Sword and Shield could be, like, in the middle of attacking and then immediately reach in their pocket and throw out some heals to keep people alive. I will never complain about having a Sword and Shield on my team because they're very valuable. Pretty much to use the Great Sword. Chose gun. Still never... Yeah. In Monster Hunter, you can have in Wilds, you can now have a primary and a secondary weapon because your chicken, your rideable chicken carries it with you. I've just been taking the hunting horn, which is a big dooting hammer that you just doot some music to apply buffs. So I've just been applying buffs to myself and then switching to the insect glaive and flying in. Sword and Shield's good. I mean, I'm trying to, like, sell you on Monster Hunter, but I think you already would like it if you like Dauntless. But it's really good. It's a really good game. It's a lot of fun. All right, let's copy and paste this over. I think the left side's looking good. Copy and paste and flip and flop. I just don't know. With the way the PC release of Wilds has gone, it is very poorly optimized. It'd be very hard to run on almost any PC. Well, I've got a 4080 and I still struggle. Though granted, I'm streaming and I have an avatar at the same time, so make of that what you will. Alright, now I'm gonna hit save. Let's get this butt going. My only complaint in Dauntless was the only sense of progression and goal you had was just getting stronger and grinding to get stronger. There was no other goal. In Monster, I'm pretty sure there's a story. Yes, but if you ask any veteran, the story is not the main draw for most people. It is wanting to get more powerful, to fight stronger monsters, and to make new pants. I want the new pants. Though to be fair, I don't remember how much Dauntless had skills on their armor sets and weapons, but that is a big draw to Monster Hunter, is making a build that's right for you by taking armor parts from different monsters and putting them together so that you can have the sort of skill loadout that you want. Like for me, I like using the insect glaive, and that does a lot of jumping into the air and striking enemies from up high, but it drains stamina like crazy to do that. So I will oftentimes get stamina replenishing and stamina consumption reducing skills, and then either doing defense or offensive stuff to supplement that. But other people that do insect glaive might just go for raw numbers, and they'll spend less time in the air and more time on the ground because of that. And there's some trade-offs because of that. Thought the premise of Monster Hunter was hunting massive fucking monsters? I mean, yeah, that's what you do. Super grindy. Well, Dauntless also had like very uninspired maps, and their idea of doing the hunt was, here's a big, essentially open floating island with a monster on it, go and fight it, and that's it. But in Monster Hunter, there's small monsters, a bunch of endemic life, the environment plays a big role in the fights. It's way more of a... It's way more immersive to me. Obviously, it's still very gamified and whatnot, but going around in the environments and finding the monsters and seeing that they have like nesting areas and hunting areas and stuff like that. All right, Link, thanks for stopping in. Hope you had a good time. Hope to see you again soon. Yeah, Monster Hunter's a lot more to it than that, but honestly, the main draw is doing the fighting of the giant monster. Level 1, just, Dauntless was also super grindy, and lots of restarting your weapon back to level 1 just to get an item. You need 50 of that? Okay, there's none of that in Monster Hunter. I know in Wilds, I had to go back and do some low rank stuff after I got into high rank, because I needed materials from low rank in order to make some weapons that would then upgrade to things that I was currently using. But yeah, there's no like prestiging. There's no resetting your weapon to get stuff. That's weird. I don't like that. They must have introduced that after I had stopped playing Dauntless. I played it when it was about the same time that World was out. When did Dauntless release? $2019, that sounds about when I would have played it. Because I think World was in 2016, right? 2018, yeah. So World came out, and then Dauntless came out after that. And I think that was before Iceborne. Iceborne was 2020, wasn't it? Or 2019? 2019. In January for Windows, right. Because we were playing it during pandemic. Because I played World on the PlayStation 4 for, God, like hundreds of hours. And then when Iceborne came out on the PC, that's when they also did the... Oh, when Iceborne came out, they did the simultaneous PC release. And so I got World and Iceborne and played back through it on that. But before Iceborne, Dauntless came out. We played that a bit, but it just couldn't scratch the itch that World was given, that World was scratching. Grind like 20 hours to level 50 just to prestige for a small gym thing, then grind another 20 hours prestige? Ooh, that's gross. No. Yeah, the game sold to another company, and then they turned it into a free-to-play game and changed the entire structure of it. I don't know if that's when you were playing it or not, but that was definitely long after I stopped playing it. Alright, let's see how this looks. This might be way too far out. You played it when it was free? Yeah. Because I think... I could be wrong. It's been a long time since I played it, but I think I had to pay to play early access. And then it went free to play. And when they did, they completely restructured the game and reset everybody. And I know the community for that game got really upset about that, because basically years of progress down the drain. Of course, people were super upset about that. I think this could be not all the way down. I like where this is at, under the tail. But I think this could be... less forward here. Let's see. The only game they recommended me that I liked. This is the same friend that introduced me to card games and ruined it for me. Try to get into League. Well, I mean, League. The League's a game that I don't think I could get into again. It hit at just the right point, and I enjoyed it because I went from playing Dota on Warcraft 3 to playing League of Legends with a group of people. And even then, I was a fucking toxic gamer at the time, so I know I was not making it enjoyable for anyone else. But even though I was the problem person, I could see how the game was fucking toxic as shit. Okay, that's pretty good. I think we... Seems fine. This part, obviously I don't like how that's clipping into the tail, so I think I'll squish that back. And then down here, I think we bring this deep into the cheeks. Oops, didn't mean to hit that. Cancel. Cancel. Like 8 different card games? Oh, they barely taught me how to play those card games and would destroy me with their best deck. Yeah, that's called a dick move. In bird culture, we call that a dick move. We don't do that around here. Better, but I don't think it needs to go that low. I think we could just have it stop here. Have that curve in. This song reminds me of Sky Shark. I think I should play Sky Shark on stream sometime. I'm sure it's super niche. I don't know if anyone else has ever played it before, but it was an NES top-down shoot 'em up airplane, sort of like 1942 thing. Game itself, mid. Like, it did the job. It was a top-down airplane shoot 'em up. Whatever. But the music, oh, that music was poppin'. Some sick-ass beats on that. When I was doing, I had a Fruity Loop Studio for doing some MIDI editing while I was in college. And I took those songs, someone made MIDI versions of them, and then had it play to an electric guitar. That shit was fire. I should have uploaded that to like the MIDI archive. For sure. Alright. I think the butt looks pretty good. I think we copy this over now. I got them into Hollow Knight and then got them addicted to it. I pushed them to get just as good as me and fully complete everything, including the bindings, nerfs for certain abilities on the Pantheons, yeah, the boss rush. Beating every boss on Radiant, more health, harder version. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Carator has done all of that stuff. For someone who likes Metroidvanias as much as I do, I still haven't played Hollow Knight all the way through. It's something I've been keeping in my back pocket because I want to do it when Silksong comes out. But it's never happening, is it? It's something I said like early in my VTubing career. I'm like, you know what? I want to play Hollow Knight on stream, but I'll wait for when Silksong's coming out and then we can do it as like a lead up to it. 3 years later, we're still just as close to knowing when Silksong's coming out. We're still fucked in that department. Alright. The booty. There we go. Alright, the tail. The tail... I want to start putting in the feathers. This is going to be the most difficult part. If I can do a feathery pattern, it's just going to mostly be like little V's. It's like little V's, consonant V's, consonant! I wouldn't know Majesty if it bit him in the face. Actually, should I do a lighter color? Should I do the lighter fur color around the face like this? Hold on, before we get too deep into figuring out how the fuck we're gonna do the feathers. Let me see how I feel about this. I don't know if this will be what I want until I see it. Hold on. Bird reference. Where's the bird reference I had? Did I delete it? I might have deleted it. Yeah, I deleted what I was using as a bird reference. I finished the Blender part of things and then was like, I'm done with it. Let's see. Bird, anthro. No porn, no porn, no porn, no porn. Hot damn. Look at this. They did it the opposite. They did the more mammalian feet, but with the bird hands. God, that's really good. I like that. Ah, this is... Alright, this is more of along the lines of what I was looking for. So having the white color go up and over the eyes? It seems like a good way of doing it. Plus, I'm doing this almost same blue color. Yeah, I like that. Do the light color, maybe even the black outline for that. And have that go around the eyes. I'm not sure about down the neck, but we can consider having it look like that. But that's majestic. Mwah, that's art. Okay, anyway. Okay, undo that. Something like this. Is this a new Slime Girls album? This is Vacation Wasteland. This is Time Travel Lament on Vacation Wasteland. The heart motif is inadvertently back. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, baby, the triple. I do like that. If you couldn't tell by my cooing and cawing. Cooing and cawing. Alright, never mind. Oh, also, welcome chat. I forgot I took this off to do something, like, temporary and then never turned it back on. Along with this. I like how this looks. I'm not sure about the chin. I want to bring it... I want to try bringing it down the neck. Let's first start with the neck. This is where the, this is like where the Adam's apple is. This is where the... What are these called? Are these the solar plexus? Is this clavicle? What's this? This bone that sticks out there. That's what this is. Whatever that is. The collarbone and call it good? Yeah, but I was trying to think of the right term for it, not the loser fucking colloquial term. Jeez. Wow, look at you calling it the collarbone. Yes, the clavicle. Right? Clavicle? Yes. Clavicle. There, we learned something today. And we'll forget it tomorrow. Okay, it's fine to there. Maybe a little wider. It's gonna be very thin there. Oh, obviously wanted to go wider than that faster. Here. Let's just swing real wide like that and see how it looks. Yeah. That seems fine. Also got a 7-page Comic-Con that's almost done. I thought you said you were saving your money. You paid for, okay, before the move. Pretty hyped. 4 pages are done. The artist gets it all done super fast. Oh, that's good. It's always nice to get new art. We are definitely art enjoyers in this family. There we go. Alright, now the face. Let's start off with, we know 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 squares out from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we'll just follow this. And then see how that looks. Yeah. Don't struggle and lose all your money. That square there. Hmm. 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 Hey, if I switch my category over to Monster Hunter, there's a special drop you can get for gifting a sub or subscribing to a streamer for it. You know, just saying it. I feel like I don't want this to go as wide as it does here. But obviously I don't like how it just comes to a point like this. I'm also feeling like maybe the cheeks, I should cut the pale color a little bit closer so that it frames the face more. What was it anyway? All campaigns, here we go. Monster Hunter. It goes until the 13th, so there's 4 more days. Support a streamer, get a reward, get Hunter Help Assistance Pack for Steam by gifting or purchasing. Oh, it's just a bunch of items. It's actually not that good. You get some tradable items, some explosives, traps. I'm guessing flash pods and demon powder, maybe? Honestly, not that worth it. It's a bunch of consumable items. It's not even like a skin or something. Raven Dawn? Interested. There's a lot of drops going on. What the fuck? Anyway. Okay. Well, never mind on that. I knew there were drops. I didn't know what it was. No wonder people weren't, like, ravenous about doing it. That is not that enticing or exciting. See if that frames the face a little bit better on that side. Yeah. It's just a bunch of consumable items, things that you could use on your quest to make some of the hunts easier. I think there's only one capture quest in the story on this game too. Thinking about it, that's normally something they at least have you do a few of those. Just to hammer it home. And some side quests, but whatever. I mean, in this game, they're real easy to get. Everything in this game is way easier, so I don't think it's a big deal. Okay, I do like how we have some amount of blue there. I think I still want to cut it in a little bit more. Hey. Hey. Oop. Okay, yes. I like that more. Let's copy that over to the other side. Now let's get this connected down here. I'm actually gonna delete this one. Ad break. I'm just vibing to the song right now. Song's fucking dope. Alright, again. It's not bad, but something seems off about it. I mean, this could, obviously, I could widen that out some. I mean, I will. Need to go out. 2 of these half triangles, and then go up 1. this-ish in this neighborhood. That would help at least a little, but something there's something that's not clicking with me here. Not getting very clicky here about something. You know, you feel me? The general clickitude of this is missing something. You know, you feel me? You guys feeling me? Is it not clicking for you either? Are you missing some clickiness here? Let's copy it over to the other side just to make sure it has nothing to do with the symmetry. Just make sure that the lack of clickitude isn't coming from lack of symmetry. I mean, that does help a little. I'm almost feeling like we bring this down here and stop, and I curve this here. Still having the slope upwards, but not actually having it connect from face to neck. First I'll save here, in case we want to come back to this point. The 3 absolute bangers from Memorial by Slime Girls, Where You Were Wrong, Go Back, World's End Valentine, Bready Steady Go. That's a name. No bread. Only steady go. No. Germs. See how that looks. Maybe I'll like this more. I said it again. Gotta take another drink. You know what? I do like that a lot more. I do like that way more. What do you guys think? Instead of having it go from the chin all the way down through the neck, having it stop at the clavicle and be separate. The clavicle. We just learned. We're ingraining it into our head that that's the clavicle. We're learning. You forgot. Okay. Now. Hands. I want the palms to also have this light color. Whoa. What's going on with this finger over here? What's going on with my hands, huh? Just fucking flood fill this whole section. There. Solve whatever problem that was. Alright, that's the top of the hand. This is the palm. Knees weak, arms are heavy. My palms are sweaty. Mom spaghetti. Chef Boyardee. That one had nothing to do with any of it. I just thought I'd mention the chef. Chef Boy Howdy. Sun. Praise the sun. A little bit too far over to the right there. Bring that in. Not export. Undo. As far over. A little back. Like so. How does 8 Mile start? Not 8 Mile. How does Lose Yourself start? It's the first line. Lyrics. Lose yourself. His palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. There's vomit on his sweater already. Mom spaghetti. He's nervous, but on the surface he looks calm and ready to drop bombs, but he keeps on forgetting what he wrote down. The whole crowd goes so loud, he opens his mouth, but the words won't come out. He's joking how, everybody's joking now. The clocks run out, time's up, over, blow. Snap back to reality. Oh, he says ope. Fucking Midwestern. Ope. Oh, look at this burb. Look at sad burb. Look at sad burb. Oh. That's a sad burb. I make you look at it, so I make you sad. I feels you with the sad. Seems like almost everyone went for the bird hands or wings for hands over the griffin having the, like, the paws. Oh, there's a nice mix. Look at this pirate bird. That scallywag there. Alright, anyway. We went 1, 2, 3 triangles. 1, 2, 3, 4 triangles. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, be about here. Bird up. Bop, bop, bop. Bueno. Now we put little pads on there. Oh. On the fingers and thumb. I think that's the inside of the thumb. We'll find out shortly. Nope, that's the pinky. That works fine. Honestly, a little bit long. Then this one's the thumb, and it should be the opposite side. There we go. Cool. And copy that over. Put it on the other side. Before we do that though, I need to take a little bathroom break. I'm gonna put you guys on a BRB, and I will be right back. Right here. This way. Come on. Is ever? Okay, we got these. Come on. Hello. Come on. Yeah. We've got a strawberry cheesecake for you because happy cake day to you. Happy cake day to you. Happy cake day to Iona. Happy cake day to you.
I don't know what. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Alrighty.
We don't want anyone to die.
If we're bad-mouthing Nerda, I would say that they sew a suit like other kobolds directly confess love to each other. Not very well.
What? Oh, thanks.
Spice! The one place uncorrupted by capitalism!
What about here?
The cat is looking at me like, what the fuck are you doing? This is why I put you out of my room, cat.
Ah.
Here comes the best part, chat. Ooh. This doesn't look like robots.
Oh, were we supposed to do robots?
Ah! Where? Why?
It's looking at me like I'm cute. It's got a cute face. I don't want it. No. It's thinking, plotting, manipulating. It's trying to get inside my head. I can feel it. You're not gonna control me. No. 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 I will not.
I guess maybe you should take her to the mage tower. If you know it's boarded, maybe there's other ghosts that are still in there. They're just not as active.
I would hope not, but we can do that. That sounds like a plan.
Hmm.
Also, you're very vibrant. Nice to
Yeah.
There we go. Alright, I also sat down and felt a stretch come over me. I did go piss, thank you. Is Honey's Tangia armor already outdated? I think at some point she made the full jump to Bunny. I guess so. I think she's still gonna use the other model occasionally, but she did go full furry. But I wouldn't worry about it too much. Cause she also has like a full android form she wants to make. She's wanted to be like a full robot girl for a while. So I wouldn't worry about making the bunny one, because I feel like this is just an intermediary before she makes the android honey version. So don't worry about it too much. And I don't know when that's gonna happen. There's like a whole honeyverse that's going on. I want to see where her stream's at right now, because she's doing some weird shit. Oh, she's doing The Witcher right now, I see. I never played the Witcher games. Oh, look at the... Yeah, I know she's got a plan for a really cool stream coming up soon. I don't want to spoil it, but she's got some cool stuff that's gonna happen. Let's just put it that way. But I wouldn't worry too much about that, because I think she's got some other plans. I didn't even know there were Witcher games? What? Witcher 3 was like a super popular game, award-winning. It put CD Projekt Red on the map. I mean, The Witcher 1 and Witcher 2 were popular in their own right, but like they were more niche, but Witcher 3 really just popped off. Never played them myself, but very heavily lauded. I know these don't line up perfectly. I'm aware. We're just going to make sure these ones do. Then we'll get the palm after. There we go. Should be our hands. Well, I mean, they were books. The Witcher was a series of books by a Polish author. CD Projekt Red asked for the rights to make it into a game series. The guy was like, sure, I'll license it to you for like a couple thousand. Then Witcher 1 and 2 did okay, made moderate sales. Then Witcher 3 exploded. And that caused a controversy because then the author was like, hey, you're making like literally tens of millions of dollars from this. And I gave you the license for a couple thousand. Could you give me more? And CD Projekt Red was like, no, you you gave it to us for a couple thousand and then waved your hand away expecting us to fail because it was a video game and you didn't appreciate the medium. That was a whole to-do. Yeah, Witcher 1 was like 2 decades ago. That was back when I was in like high school. Okay. With that, do we have the base texture done? I'm gonna do a little back and forth on this because I'm gonna set up the... I don't know, actually maybe we should do the leg scaly thing first. I know with the feathers, I'm gonna go back and forth on it because most of what's going to give the feather their look is the normal map. There's going to be a feather pattern for that. All right, so let's look at these. So if I do the, let's call this leg skin, and we'll make a new thing called dark leg skin. And we're gonna grab my snake skin. This. Like this. And then... was this? I think it's transparent, so if I just invert the color on it... No? Okay. Just delete that. And call this, dark leg skin. Witcher 1 and 2 kind of popped off as well. Always heard people talking about it. I guess so, but like... Witcher game sales. Can I get a side-by-side comparison? When was this? Okay, this was 2023. It says Wild Hunt sold 50 million copies with the whole series at 25. So 1 and 2 sold 25 million and The Witcher 3 sold 50 million. If we can trust The Verge. Well, that's not right. We want this to be on the front. That's unfortunate. So it's gonna be over here. Alright, hey Digi, how's it going? Alright, does it work this time? Holy shit, it works! Maybe it's Monster Hunter. Maybe Monster Hunter's fucking with my shit. And stretch! Alright, what we need to do is bring this over. Because you can tell this is where the knee is. This should be right where the knee is. Then I cut this, paste it, and then flip it. Wait, do I not flip it? Don't flip it. Alright, let's see how that looks. Baldness gate. Sounds like some sort of conspiracy about hair care. What have you started? What have you incepted into the world with Baldness Gate? Let's copy and paste this up. Repeat the texture. See how I feel about it. I think I'm not going to have it as thick and probably change the color slightly to not be perfectly black, but let's see first. I think we'll just erase down here. But let's recolor this. Colorize me, Captain. Invert the color. Then colorize. Huh? Cancel. I'm gonna delete all of this here. From the creators of Watergate comes a new hit, Baldness Gate. All your favorite actors from the first series now fully bald. Why is Watergate a series? What? Why is Watergate a series? Alright, anyway. See how this looks. Oh fuck, I said it again. Yes, yes, very good, very nice, very good and nice that is, yes. I don't know about a Watergate series. There's Watershed Down if you want to make children cry. You're a monster. Are you a monster? Should have copied this down here onto the feet in a better way. Whoopsie! Oh well. Did it once, do it again. What? Alright, so this is gonna be real weird with how the foot is made. But I can at least do this, and then we can sort of pluck away the scales that look really weird on it. Like that. It was the first gate I could think of. Let's be honest, the number of politic dramas that are mainstream APM on satellite TV is way too high for that to not... I mean, Watergate was like a Nixon thing from the 60s? I don't think that was 70s yet. Congrats to you, you made it big. You have your very own tag on a certain rule site? Oh! Well, I didn't know that. I didn't know I had one. More happy about that than having like a Wikipedia. I knew this would be... This is going to be the most fucked up part with the way the toe comes back like this. I have to figure out a way to paint this talon the same color as the nails. Super fucked up. Super duper fucked up. Super duper pooper scooper. Sorry. 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 I'm sorry. Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, there's nothing we could do. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yep. There we go. And then we copy and paste this over here. Like that. 1 pixel. And then another. Like that. I just delete this. And this. Oh, too far? And then we'll come down here and we'll just erase some of these until we get it looking how we want it to look. And then we'll color match it and everything. This is gonna be fucked up here, I'm aware. As a matter of fact, we'll clean that up right away. There. And then we'll color, we got all of this good, we'll be fine. It's gonna be cool. Don't worry about it. I hear you. I hear your concerns, your worry, your thoughts, your feelings, your opinions. Now we're gonna go back 2 whole big ones here and just erase those. And then we'll just start taking an eraser to most of this. Two whole big ones back. It's definitely enough time for Hollywood to think of blowback from bringing it up. You looked it up, what? You looked up Watergate? Let's also get rid of all of this while we're at it. What else we got on here? Other people live? Yep. What time is it? Going on midnight? Alright, we got a couple more hours to go. My stomach started rumbling and I'm like, but I just... What? I have an outstanding toll? Hold on. What's this text message? Outstanding toll. Your account has a pending toll of $3.99. Avoid service restrictions. Pay today. Wow. That's where we're going with scams now? Can I block? Report as spam? Yes. I've been removed from groups. Okay. Anyway, I thought that was a really funny spam thing. Especially considering I don't have a license plate in my name. I don't know how I would end up that way. There we go. Yeah, that's pretty good. Alright, now we just need to match it somewhat here. It's not going to perfectly match, but I could probably use the perspective thing near the top of this to stretch it out. Just need to raise this up a little bit, I think. So here's what we do. We take this. Actually, right here at the ankle, I could probably just delete some of this. There'd be a bit of a line there, but I don't think it would look too bad. And then I wouldn't have to worry about lining it up. I should go along the edge here and do that first. Here, let's do the edging. I'll edge you guys first. There was a mini-series. There's been 2 series that I can find, and a mini-series. The BBC and the History Channel made one in 1994, and there's a TV series with 6 episodes in 2019. The mini-series had 5 episodes in 2023. Well, yeah. It's just, you know, Watergate was, that was the name of the conspiracy. Ooh. So my ideas for food tonight, I've got a bunch of pre-made taco meat. And I was thinking about taking that and putting some corn, beans, onions, and maybe some potatoes, and putting that in a bowl, and then making a little bit of dough with flour, just like not to rise, but to make a crust out of it. And make a little dough and put it over the pot and have like a Mexican themed shepherd's pie. Have some jalapenos to go with it. Mexican shepherd's pie. Maybe the top could just be rice. You think that would work fine? Just to put rice on top of it and put it in the oven? And then, like, the top of it would get crunchy? It'd probably not taste great. Yeah, maybe the actual crust would be fine. Sounds like Miku. I mean, I'm hungry now? Awesome. That's a good sign there. I had cordon bleu and some leftover bourbon chicken because by the time I got to the food, only 1 small chicken was left. Oh no. I love chicken cordon bleu. Little chicken stuffed with cheese and ham, little spinach. That shit is bussin'. I used to have a bunch of the frozen ones. I'm sure you can get them still. But those frozen ones were pretty good. Alright. How is that? Better. Very better. A little bit of a seam on the back, but I can live with that. I don't think people are going to be that intently focused on the very tip. Now, I think this is the bottom of the feet here. I think this is the very back bottom of the feet, so on the nails. Yeah, this is Outset Island. We are no longer on Slime Girls, though. This is someone else. And up, 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 up. Oh, it's actually way up there. Okay, you're gonna go from where we did down a whole nother triangle and then get the quad around that. Like this. I didn't even taste the cheese, so big win in my book. Is that a good thing to not taste? Oh, excuse me, to not taste the cheese? I feel like that means you missed out on something if the cheese was not flavorful. Okay, that's in the right spot, but it's like hella blurry. You don't like cheese? You're fucking weird. What a fucking weirdo. What are you, Asian? What are you, Asian? Like, what are you though? Asian? Cheese is so good though. Okay, copy this over to the other foot. Yep. Slot that puppy right in there. Alright, now back to what we were doing. The foot skin, we need to match color with this. So how do we do that? Great question. We're going to grab this color, and we're going to come back to this, hit you, and then dump it in. And then do something about this matchup here. Where this is. I think I ruined cheese for myself by drinking tons of milk as a kid and being a sickly child. Now I associate cheese with puke. Most times I try cheese, I gag or throw up. Oh, but there's like so many kinds of cheese. There's Parmesan cheese, American cheese, cheddar cheese, Colby cheese, port wine cheese, Gouda, Swiss, mozzarella. Like, holy shit, there's so many kinds of cheese. The nacho cheese. The various ways you can have fondue. Butyric acid, and that's also in puke? Okay, but like, everything you eat is in puke. Ah? Ah? Can't argue with that. Alright, I'm gonna gonna try just cutting out all of this and seeing if I can live with the change of that. Ooh, that's fucking weird. You stop that. This music reminds me of like Shovel Knight. Sort of like trying to be retro games. It's still got like way more instruments than an old game would have. But we still like it for what it's worth. Alright. And then come through here. Kitty, please, what? What? I'm just speaking the truth. Don't hate me because I'm speaking the truth. He's the only exception to cheese pizza is just that goated? What? How would that be the exception? That's like a very cheese heavy thing. If you had been like lasagna over pizza where it's got like the little feta pearls in there or the ricotta, like yeah, I'd understand because it's mostly noodle and sauce and then like maybe a little crispy cheese on top. But like cheese pizza is very cheese forward. Very cheese forward dish you're talking about there. You guys hearing this jazz flute popping off right now? The only exception to cheese is pizza? Okay. Never get plain? Yeah. Look, there's plenty of good plain cheese pizzas out there. But why have plain cheese pizza when you can have toppings like schmeat? Like a good schmeat on there. Wait. Alright, let's see how having this little line here looks. Where the shin meets the ankle. That seems fine to me. And when we get the light maps on this and the reflection, it won't look so flat down here, I promise. Cool. Let's copy this over to the other foot. Oh. The foot skin. Copy and paste that. Yeah. Looks good. Dark leg skin. Copy and paste that. Put that. Bring it over. We're not in the hunt-a-thon. I'm in my art. Why is the timer going off for the hunt-a-thon when I'm not in that category? When I limited the bot to only saying that when I'm in the category. Anyway, also, I wanted to see something real fast. Butyric acid. Here, let's find... Contains a moderate amount. Gouda... Low. Colby, low amounts. Blue cheese? I don't know. I feel like blue cheese is a very specific. Whoa! Camembert? I don't think I've ever had camembert. I do like feta. Mozzarella's low in it. Maybe that's why you like pizza cheese. Acid will give cheese the baby vomit flavor. I have a sensitivity to it, even if only a little is added to a dish. Very pronounced to me. Surprisingly, all mozzarella I try don't have it, but other white cheeses seem to have a high concentration. However, it's only when I buy pre-packaged cheese at a store I get to encounter this at restaurants. The worst offenders are pre-sliced and shredded cheeses. Is there a way to avoid this? I read the article and have done suggestions for you. I make cheese as a hobby. I'm familiar with the compound. I learned something since butyric acid is created by the action of lipase. Avoid raw milk cheeses. Avoid long-aged cheeses. Since it can also be a product of mishandling, avoid really cheap cheese. This is probably why you have better luck at restaurants and worse with shreds. Shredded cheese is almost always of lower quality. For you to try Cheddar, Queso Fresco, Brie, and Colby. The first two aren't aged at all, and the last two only a short while. Okay, well there you go. I really like queso fresco. It's obviously a Mexican thing, but it's like a white cheese that is delicious. I've never had chèvre cheese, though, I think. What does that look like? Oh, okay. Yeah, I've probably had that before. That looks delicious. I don't know if you can have coconut milk cheese, but I can't say I've honestly tried. Have you had a brie? Or blue cheese? I like blue cheese with wings. If like buffalo sauce exists, blue cheese is great. Outside of that, very miss most of the time. Brie cheese is pretty common. Yeah, like this. It usually has this like white crust on the outside and a soft gooey inside. Like that. You don't like blue cheese? Yeah. Most people don't. I don't hold it against people because I only like it in a very specific situation. Bries are nice, but they definitely got their own little funky taste to them. A funky taste. Alright. Export this. Let's see them legs. Damn bird, them legs go all the way up? back of the leg looks a little worse just because of how this is stretched, but there's really not much I can do for that. Okay, the tail. I think I'll do the coloring of the tail when I get the pattern for it right. A homemade ranch beats blue cheese every day. I do like ranch. I'm not going to say one's better than the other. I like having them. But I feel like buffalo sauce with blue cheese is goated. I would still take ranch, but I like the blue cheese with buffalo. It needs to be that combination. Otherwise, yeah, ranch goes good with everything. It's just good. Alright, how are we gonna do these feathers, I hear you asking? And that is a great question, because we're just gonna figure this out as we go along. So I'm going to save as reflections. And now I think the light fur is going to be softer. These scales are going to be darker, so we're basically going to invert these things. The leg skin, going to desaturate you of all your color. You didn't have a lot, but there we go. Desaturate you. And then we're going to invert that. Actually, let's colorize it so I can make this how I want. That, maybe? Nails, you're gonna basically be white. There we go. The hair texture. Can have a bit of a sheen to it, I guess. Cheese made from coconut milk very much exists, and you make it just about... You can make about every cheese with it? Interesting. I'd want to taste that. I bet they're expensive, though, but... I feel like that'd be a good taste. At least most of the time. It'd probably be sweeter by a long shot. Do I want the brows and lashes to be reflective? Not really. Put those pretty far down there. The beak is gonna be shiny. So, leave that up here. The lips, not as shiny. Tongue. Mouth. Teeth. Those are just gonna be not reflective. Yeah. Alright, now the light color is not going to be as reflective because it's fluffy, so it's going to be dark. And then the feathery skin needs to be less reflective than the scales. So something like that. And then this needs to be even darker than that. Basically. It's apparently one of the go-to substitutes for vegan cheese. Oh. Well, that makes sense, I suppose. I just kind of figured there'd be something different about the proteins enough that the bacteria wouldn't treat it the same, but I ain't no chemist. I ain't no biochemist. Alright, let's plop this in here and turn our reflections on. Glass Griffin. And then put our mask in. Coconut milk often works well as a substitute in many dishes. When in doubt, coconut milk. Yeah, it's really expensive. Like a gallon of milk equals like 1 can of coconut milk. Which makes it hard to really recommend for bulk use. I like to use it in curries and stuff. But even getting generic store brand version, still gonna cost you. Alright, I definitely want this to be different. I'm gonna fucking minimize these blend shapes. Stop making me scroll so much. Probably not gonna be as metallic. Well, let me get these closer to white. Like that. I want them to be shinier. That. And then this feathery skin can be lighter because of that. And then this could be slightly lighter because of that. There we go. Let's try that. The beak we could also probably make even brighter. There we go. Very shiny beak. Very shiny beak. Oh, that's way too reflective down there. I don't like how the feet look. The legs here. These scales, I think, are gonna pop a lot more when this isn't as reflective. So let's tighten that up a bit. Let's bring that down. Still a bit much. Still a bit much on that. We'll turn it down even more. Glass feet. Much better. You can still see that there's some amount of reflection going on there, but now most of it is on the scales. Cool. I noticed Wendy's is doing a Girl Scouts mint cookie frosty. I don't get Wendy's much, but I want it. Shame my dad lives in the middle of nowhere, 40 minutes from anything. I do love thin mints. I love throwing thin mints in the freezer and eating them. That's generally the way to go. Alright. Our reflection map, pretty well set here. I think it's time we start working on the normal. So now we'll do another save as. We'll call this normal. Alright, the dark skin is actually going to look a little elevated because... Or the lighter color skin is going to be more elevated, so we need to raise that up. Like that. I want the lip to look like it's underneath. Lips, there we go. A little bit more than what it currently shows as. Like that. You don't even think you can get coconut milk? Sag. Alright, do I want these to look super raised? Like there's pillars sitting up over top of this? Not really, no. So I think we're gonna darken this down a bit. What we're doing right now is setting a height map for our reflections, essentially. So it's going to use this map to figure out the topology of our skin, where white is higher and black is the lowest. Okay, do you have a Kroger or a Myers? They'll have coconut milk and they'll have generic branded ones. All right, let's export as normal. And then we'll open normal. And then we'll map a normal map. By default, I do a 100 scale for it. Just to max it out entirely. We may reduce it, but generally I find you don't have very many problems maxing that shit out. Alright, normal map in. And throw that there and fix it. And there. Now it looks like, when you're looking at this, like we have reflections on the edge of each of these little scales. See how that works? It gives it depth where it doesn't actually have depth. And then what we're going to do is use that to trick the lighting system into making it look like we have feathers. So now we have to do the difficult job of finding a bunch of feathers in a seamless pattern. So let's begin that journey. Feather seamless texture. We may have to end up making our own. Because like that doesn't look like what I want. This already has shading in it, which is not what I want. Something like this is more what I'm looking for, but we need it to be flat. It needs to be flat texture. Yeah, no, all those are the next town over. I'm not driving 30 minutes to get groceries. I'd drive 30 minutes to get groceries. If it meant getting the groceries I wanted. Like, this would be perfect if it weren't for the... Oh, it's from Turbo Squid. Portable bitmap. $9 for that? Might do it. I might pay $9 for that. Here, I'll save that because I might do it. This is not bad either. It already has shading, which is not what I'm looking for. But I might be able to use that to my advantage. What if I said feather normal map? It says seamless fur normal map. I'm getting a lot of things adjacent to it. Normal map of dragon scales. How was that fur? How are you getting fur out of that? Purple fur, or purple feather seamless texture. Alright, anyway. Like corn? On the cob or in the can? I mean, I like both. I like corn on the cob. It's delicious. You put a little butter on that. Eat it off the cob. So good. But I've been eating canned corn my whole life. Canned corn fine too. Just use it for different things. Like what I'm gonna do maybe tonight. It depends. Somebody is thawing out chicken in the kitchen, so there might be some chicken meal coming my way. But if that's not happening for the whole house, then I'm gonna make some Mexican-ish pot pie. Aren't the farmer actually growing it? It's rich people shit. It's pre-processed and canned. It's normal. Oh, there's also lots of corn here in Indiana. There's a lot of corn here. Ooh, this looks good. This is very similar to what I'm looking for. It's very basic, though. That could be a start for us. I don't like the direction it's moving in. That could cause some problems, but that is very similar to what we're looking for. I might be able to take like a dragon scale texture and stretch it so that the scales aren't short, but they're very long. That could end up looking like feathers. Like this. Imagine that stretched out. That could look like feathers. Let's see. And if it has a little shading on it, that might not be too bad. The watermark is. But if it has a little shading on it, that can play into our favor in this case. Yeah, we have orchards. Tennessee, we do livestock. Yeah, Tennessee's got a lot of good barbecue. I like, a lot of that. A lot of ranching. Okay, something like this could do us really good. Let me see about this. Let's go, we're gonna call this feather texture. Let's put it right here on the tummy. We're going to desaturate it. And then I'm gonna put these curves up. Like that. Let's see how this patch looks on the skin. After we map it, of course. It's a lot going on there. It's gonna be about here. Why does it feel like it's not doing anything there? Is it because there's not enough reflections to see it? Yeah, you are using that normal map. Did I not export it? I didn't. I'm a smart cookie. Fucking brilliant. Okay. Definitely needs to be bigger and stretched. Feather texture? Let's try doing this to you. Mennonites, they're like charitable organization, I think. Amish, if they allow for simple electric. I'm focused on churches. Yeah. They do a lot of charity work. You always hear about the Mennonites doing stuff for people. At least that's been my experience with them. Alright, that's more along the lines. Well, what we're gonna do is get the texture of the feathers right. And then we're going to fine-tune the... when I said that, I meant like physical texture, not the term for modeling. We're going to get the normal map right so that we know where light's gonna bounce off of it. Then we're going to work on the reflections so that where it should be under one of the feathers, it doesn't reflect as much. And then we're going to go in and color it so that each little tip of the feather has like a little black tip to it. And it should look pretty nice that way, I think. But with this right now, I feel like we need to make these longer. So why don't I stretch you, but not hold aspect ratio? And stretch these super long. I should probably find a way to macro this export process. So I bought a whole log truck load of logs from them for only $80 since they were scrapped from having bullets, nails, and other metals in them. That could ruin a saw. Cool. That's a steal. Okay, yeah. Yeah? That is looking more feathery now. The length of those, I'm liking. Now what I might want to do is make it so that it's darker overall with just the points sticking out. So let's get that curve again. I want the whites to be super white, but otherwise everything dark. Darken that more. Like that. Let's see how that looks. Fuck, I said it again. I keep saying it. Replace that normal map. Give me a new one. I don't think I like that as much. In places it looks okay, but it's still... it's not producing what I want by going to those extremes, so we'll just undo that. Now, what do you want to bet this actually isn't a seamless texture at all? And I did all that work with this for nothing. Oh my gosh, it is. That was a critical part of this plan, was this being a seamless texture. Throughout February, it also sucked cutting up the wood because the whole tree pile was buried in several feet of snow. Throughout all of February, we had an average of -20. Well, yeah, February was way more winter this year than December was. For sure. No cap on a stack. Ooh, I like the funk on this song. I like the funk it's bringing. Alright, let's see how this looks. I can't not say. It's like a tick at this point. Every time I go to export, we gotta be like, I wonder how this will look. As if you guys don't know, I'm gonna see what this looks like every fucking time. It's the whole point we're doing it. I'm stupid, okay? I told an Australian in group chat about it and his mind could not comprehend. I mean, snow. It's a lot of snow. Like, imagine a little bit of snow. Now multiply that. Now you have a lot of snow. The worst part about it is it getting in like your boots and stuff when you're walking around. When it's so... There's so much that you can't walk without it getting in your boots. That's bad. This is going to be a bit of a pain to connect from here down to the legs, but I think we'll make it work fine. If I undo, copy that, and then redo all of that, and we'll say leg feather. That's almost perfect. Okay. Okay. Let's do this. Select that. Okay, maybe not. How about... There we go. Let's see how that goes. Holy shit. I unfortunately don't have boots, but I have snow pants, and that helps mitigate that. If you know what you're doing, you can get no snow and tennis shoes. That's what I've done successfully, though today the whole driveway is thick mud and sheets of ice in between. I had to drag a sled with 100 pounds of wood in it up that hill with no traction, then down the otherwise to the barn. Ruined your shoes and got my feet wet. Yeah, I know you can you can probably tuck your snow pants around the shoes and stuff, but just getting really big boots And then really tightly lacing them up is like the best way to go, obviously. I like to get boots, but I had no chance to buy any since moving here. We rarely go shopping. You get your stripper heels out? Yeah, that'll do it. That's one way to do it for sure. Okay, get rid of that. Pop this in. Susie, plop this in. Ooh, that blends better than I thought it would. Okay. That works for me. Gonna dig out these ears from this mess. Oh. And then let's do arm feathers. How am I gonna get only one of these back in there? Undo all of that. Let's find the copy. We have this. The tip of this scrungly curved one here. Let's get rid of that. Or this little short one here. Like that. That should be vertically a combo. Then we got these three. That. think that's a repeatable block. Ooh. The biggest issue you've mentioned would be getting a job since I'm disabled. Sell propane accessories. I'm head disabled. Oh, aspect ratio on, please. You couldn't figure out that he was head disabled? That are their brain don't work so good. It's not so good brain work. Uh-oh, I didn't find the perfect spot. Oh, we messed up. Can I not? And do all of this. I did not find the common spot here. I think that's it. Or not. That one. Where does this texture repeat? I'm lost. I know I copied it like 3 times, so there should be like 3 chances to repeat here. But yeah, I like a cold room when I'm trying to sleep as well, way more than a hot room. Because then I have a reason to have a bunch of blankets and get cozy. But if I can see my breath, then it's probably too cold. How is this not it? Like, this is clearly not matching up. That's clearly not matching up. That doesn't match up. Like, at what point does it repeat? When does the texture repeat? It should be here. Like, it should just be there, but it doesn't. The next spot where it has a chance is like here. But that's not matching there or there. Fine, fuck it. No, don't do that to me. I mean, I don't know where the repeat is. There's like so many places where it looks like it should repeat. Two up, two up. Two up, two down, two up, two down. Two up, two down, two up, two down. Like that? And is it here? This? Let's see. I'm getting stressed by repeating textures. Other way on this. We're gonna scrunch it down and duplicate. It's a little bit of a seam there, but it's not too bad. Just from the shrinking process. Little shrinky dinks. Alright, now, moment of truth. That looks right. Okay. Ooh. Alright, export this, please. Jesus Christ, export. Alright, it seems like Honey's making dinner, so I don't have to worry about that. We got dinner solved. She's doing something with chicken. She's some sort of chicken freak. Talking in emojis. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's a good way of doing it. Oh, it's getting way longer to export that now that I have so much shit in this. There we go. How am I gonna do the fingers, you ask? Great question. I think what we do is stop the feathers at the wrist and then have like a slightly different color for the hands. I think that would be the way to do it. Because otherwise I'm gonna have that wrinkly sort of look to them as they get closer to the bottom, and I don't really want that. So what we do, I delete this, and we're gonna come along this. And cut out I want to leave a little bit next to it so that it has the dark to make the reflections look better. We may have to do a little adjusting with the paintbrush to make it work. But it should look pretty good. I believe. Do you all believe? You better believe. Believe it. Sorry, I never watched Naruto. I know a lot of people like Naruto, especially the Shippuden or whatever. But I never watched it as a kid, so I didn't really get hooked on it. You believe in Joe Hendry? I mean, say his name and he appears. That's someone you can depend on. What a guy. What a guy. He never responded to that email. I assume I got blocked from that. I assume he was like, who the fuck is this? And then just blocked me. When I make it big one day though, I'll make a story about how I emailed him and he just never responded to me, and then he'll feel bad. And then everyone will stand and clap. And I'll feel like a real hero then. After being so disrespected, so thoroughly disrespected. Never grew up with Naruto and honestly couldn't get into it as an adult. Yeah, but the difference is I didn't grow up on One Piece, but I did start One Piece and I did really like it, so there's like some merit to those goofy shonen animes. Too bad One Piece has been on a hiatus for like fucking 6 months. If you wanted to get caught up on One Piece, this was the half a year to do so. The anime's been on hiatus for so long. I'm hoping when it comes back we just don't have another stop or another fucking recap episode until the last few episodes. I'm hoping we can just do a big marathon straight to the end of One Piece. I guess I could have spent this time reading the manga, but, you know, I've got a billion things to do other than watching anime. Now over 900 in, so I've caught up a good bit. Yeah, you said you were at Wano, right? You're one story arc behind caught up. I'm just a shonen nerd. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is the one true love? Okay, sure, whatever. That one is like the most product tied in anime. The other ones are figurines. That's an entire game meant to sink your money into. Oh my god, this is taking way longer than I thought to just cut out all of these. I really hope this looks good, because otherwise I'm gonna be upset. There we go. I'm on episode 921, met a little kid with pink hair who's smiling a lot, and I vaguely remember a spoiler I heard, and I think she's all happy from this thing I vaguely remember. Oh, sounds like it wasn't too horribly spoiled then. Best part of that statement is that the anime has basically always been ahead of the actual game. The game didn't exist until like season 3 of the anime. Every new mechanic is in the anime for a season before it gets IRL cards. Yeah, but you're still, like, other shonen anime sell figurines. Yu-Gi-Oh! Sells an entire fucking card game. And then they ban shit. Then it comes out and then they have to ban it. Or they just do illegal shit in the show. They don't even follow their own rules. Okay. I'm gonna disable this so I can see how this transition looks. Looks fine. Then, like I said, we'll recolor the hands where there isn't the feathering going on. Yu-Gi-Oh! Didn't give a fuck with their first generation of cards. Some of them are so funny. I forgot them all except the football player. Just a straight up football player now. The anime is fairly good about following their own rules. It's just that the rules don't exist until the anime does them a few times. Robo-footballer. Lol. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm getting super hungry and it's affecting my mental. So we're going to cash out and crash out. And I'm gonna go see how Honey's doing with making dinner. We're going to grab this face. There we go. Yes, save please. Save this. Yeah. I'm glad you were able to stop in. Well, I don't know what the timetable is for getting this done, but I'm going to try to make a Monster Hunter video on Wednesday about how to play the Insect Glaive in Wilds. And then Thursday I've got some free time, so I might just do a bunch of modeling work and get as much done as I can. Friday we'll be doing a Fansly stream. We'll be redoing the horny hunting, but I'll have a much better setup for it this time. I thought about how I would do it better, but we'll talk about that closer to that date. And then Saturday we'll be doing the collab, the Monster Hunter collab with Luthi and Alanity. And all three of us will be hunting. I might be able to get Carrot or someone else involved as our fourth. It's one of the weapons in the game. It is very complicated, which is why I'm going to make a video about it. Explaining all the things. It's just going to be like from beginner to expert as the video goes along. Explain basic combos with it, basic mechanics, and then how to better implement those mechanics, and then what you should do when you're at the full thing. Yes, Tuesday is Phasmo. There is a Phasmo update hitting tomorrow night. Actually, I don't know when tomorrow. Tomorrow, Phasmo's getting updated to have the Bleasdale and Grafton farmhouse completely redone. So we have basically 2 new maps to try out. And then anyone's going to be allowed to join in. I know Deader's down for that, but if anyone else wants to join in, feel free to. You don't know what a glaive is? A glaive is like a 2-handed pole arm. And the insect glaive, you have a kinsect, a bug, and that bug goes and hits enemies and gets extract that has certain powers to it, and you come back and it gives you the extract for buffs. But you mostly use the pole arm to like stick in the ground and launch yourself in the air, and then you like fucking flip around with it and hit people. It's fun. If you're able to catch the stream on Saturday, or if you want to go look at my VODs from yesterday, either here or on YouTube, because you can do both, you can go check those out and you can see me flip-flapping around and flying. Especially after we figured out what was going on with the audio, because I was having weird audio stuff. Alright, let's put all that aside. And let's head on over to the Wall of Memories. For those of you that are new here, or you haven't been to the end of a stream, at the end of every stream, we put a little trinket up on the Wall of Memories so we have something to remember that stream by. And look, we got our little section of Monster Hunter stuff going on over here. We've got the model update stuff over here. The Berseria section. We got a lot of stuff. I've collaged this pretty well, I would say. And let's get this in here. We just clipped out the Griffin model, so we're gonna put this up here with the rest of these. Let's go Griffin form. You guys got to see a good portion of what I've just copied it. Okay, this copy. Thank you. Thank you. You guys have seen a decent chunk of it, but I'm gonna finish the rest of it off stream so that I can tantalize you with whatever other stuff I'm able to get done with it. Put that here. There we go. It's going to be kind of off the top, but that's fine. Is Berseria still going? Yeah, I haven't finished Berseria because we've had too many things. We had another Path of Exile League startup, so I did that for a bit. And then Monster Hunter's been in here for a while, so we did that for a bit. So I haven't gotten back to Berseria. We're still probably 1 or 2 streams away from finishing it. But there's just now too many things going on. We'll have to come back. Hopefully I won't suck when I come back and miss all of that. Yeah, the modeling marathon. There's just been a lot. It's been a lot, okay? Okay? Oh, sorry. I had to do another stretch. And we were doing Marvel and stuff like that. There was just so many things. So many little things to do. Alright, I exported it. And there we go. Right there. Alright, memory back on. Tomorrow is my day off. We're going to be doing IRL stuff, so go watch YouTube or something if you need to get your fill. Otherwise, I will see you all on Tuesday, so let's find someone to raid into. We haven't seen Lunalai in a bit. Maybe we'll go over there. Celeste is playing stuff. It's the Gecko Guild. Creepy. I'm just clicking on a bunch of people that I don't normally raid into just to see if we can find someone. This person looks cool. Creepy? There's Skadoosh the monsters. I don't know what that means, but we'll dump you guys off on some monster hunters, so if Misha you want to see some of that, go ahead. Creepy looks like they're a spider VTuber. They've got enormous bazongas and multiple arms. We love that. Their overlay is blocking what their weapon is though, so I can't see. I think they're dual swords. We'll just have to figure that out. But go over there, give them some love and support. I hope you guys had a great time. I will see you all on Tuesday, and until next time, remember to take care of yourselves. Take care of those around you. Bye-bye.
He's injured. She's injured because of Shin. So now we're fucked. So
Why is
thanks
this my fault?
for choosing this passive route. Because you wanted to be diplomatic about this.
Yes.
And now we're screwed. So,
Okay, how would it have... What would you have done different then, Michael? Tell me.
kill the fucking dragon.
You will.
dog.
Okay, can you do it?
No, because he disappeared. We don't
Okay,
know
can I do
where
it?
he's at now.
Can I kill him?
No, because we don't know where he's at. Otherwise, we would.
Alright,
For
well...
now, I gotta bring Iona back and heal her.
Yeah, go
Yes.
ahead. And then take 2 minutes to blow it out your fucking